thought maybe I could use it for protection down there. Also came by to apologize.
What about you, Dick?
I think I'll call mine Isolde.
You think he's fixed it?
I'd take bets on it.
You have some nerve calling me here, Cattleman.
It's great that you could spare us a sliver of time in your iCal here, Mary, but you know, we're on top of this like 50 Puritans at a witch pressing.
Nothing could really be further from the truth. I'm not on top of it like 50 Puritans at a witch pressing. In fact, like just before the stream started, I learned something kind of troubling. In fact, I can just show you the troubling thing that I saw. Hey, this is a list of all the disk space free on all of the device that I got. Okay, Slash is kind of a bit, you know, it's a bit squeezy. I probably should clean that up. More troubling is this, which is the disk array that I use for storing stream VODs and director games. And it turns out just like all those like 1 gig disks just kind of, or, you know, 700 meg disks, they just start to add up after a while. And I've got about, at the current compression rate, I've got about 4 streams left before I run out. So I think I might have to go to the hard drive store and add more more hard drives. Either that or I could just learn to delete things, but I don't know, I'm pretty old and it hasn't happened yet, so I think that maybe it's easier to just go to the hard drive store. Mad Moose asks, which takes up more space, streams or games? I'm pretty sure it's streams. I can give you exact figures if you want. Videos, footage. 1.7 terabytes. Do SH director. I mean, I do have backplays. I should probably use that to, at a very minimum, like get backups working again. I have not had. I don't know. I can't remember when I last tried getting backups sorted, but I've got the internet connection now to support just running backups all the time. So I should do that. I get the feeling it's the director folder is going to be less than 1.7 terabytes, just because. I mean, actually, also a large source of the the disk space would probably be the gimmicks, because I mean, a lot of those are just DVDs that I ripped with no compression. So that's like, how many Simpsons DVDs at like 4 gig a throw? You know, again, like, you know, they add up one by one. there we go. Like, Director is only 146 gigs. I was wrong to blame that first, but yeah, I do have other stuff in the games folder, which I think would just kind of add up over that. Anyway, that's a problem for future me, not a problem for present me. I can't go to the hard drive store now. It's Monday. Everything's shut. All right. We are once again trying to get the adventure game done. There has been progress, actually. Like, on the weekend, I did manage to do a fair amount of coloring in on that last bastard animation before I got a bit of a headache and I had to stop. But, and also, you know what, honestly, I think the engine part is ready to cut a point release. I think it's ready to release, because until now, I've just been basically like, oh, I'm still writing the game. What if I want to, like, change the APIs and, like, you know, tweak stuff without having to worry about backwards compatibility? I think we're past that. I think we've got, like, a solid foundation now that I should be happy to stamp version 1.0 on for the engine code. The game, now the game Mora and Ash, which is going to use the engine, that's still got work to do. We've still got that animation to finish. I've still got some dialogue to write. I've still got like 60 lines, like 60 responses to write, I think, out of 500 something that I've written like 400 something, and there's like 500 total. I can't remember how many I've written in the interim, but yeah. So yeah, there's that. There is some scripting for the end scene, which I'm not going to do on stream. So yeah, I can't do the writing on stream. I can't do the end scene on stream. I can do the animation on stream. So that's what we're going to be doing. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Mario Keating. It's good to have you around. Let me just quickly import the work I've done from my laptop before I like get ahead of myself, and I will just quickly like run through what is currently there, just in case people are new. So development. God, my builder has got so messy. Did I commit that? Yes, I did. All right. Did I commit the changes that I made here? No, I did not. Okay. We'll say change shake API. Oh, Mabu says my 24 terabyte Synology is at 99% full. Oh no. What's can I ask what your vice is? Is it I'm assuming it's not Director Games. I guess video? Video seems to be kind of, I don't know. Every time, yeah, I do have a bunch of Blu-ray discs which I've ripped and again, not bothered to compress any further. And you can, you know, when a single item is like 25 gig, that really kind of eats through the you know, you can fill up a terabyte staggeringly quickly with Blu-rays. Okay, don't get distracted. Cool. Okay, that's pulled. That's here. So build all this. Oh yeah, that's right. There is one other file I need to copy from. That I need to copy from the laptop. Oh, Mario says, same problems here and my Vice is not paying for Netflix and Stan. Yeah, I concur. Like, it's... yeah, I do not pay for Netflix or Stan. I do have... Mostly just because, like, the selection, especially here in Australia, the streaming selection, mediocre tending to poor. And obviously, like, you know, it's rigged so that, you know, if you want to see your favorite show and it happens to belong to another studio, better line up for a Paramount subscription, better line up for a Disney Plus subscription. That's just... And, like, at that point, I don't know, I'm at the period of my life where it's basically like, I could, like, pay for 8 streaming subscriptions, or I could just go on eBay and buy some DVDs for, like, $10. Or what have you. Or I could just buy some Blu-rays from a company that is still making Blu-rays for not that much. Oh, Mario says, I only relatively recently got a decent internet, so streaming was a no-starter for a very long time. Yeah, another thing about Australia for our overseas friends, the internet over here was a little bit of a basket case for a very long time. They started rolling out NBM, which is government fiber, around 2012, 2013, I think. You know, the pilot started in like 2010, but it was still kind of very hit and miss. Like a lot of suburbs didn't get fiber, and then after the Conservatives got in, it was basically like, well, you know the Telstra pits with all the copper wire that is being like slowly eaten by rats. Just use that for broadband. It's great. It's a great system. 350k a second is culture, I tell you. Yeah. I feel like I've got Survivor's Guild now. I think for a long time 1.6 megasecond was was my internet speed, and now I knew that I was getting like very good value for money out of that ADSL line. Okay, that's pulled. Oh wait, no, that is not. I did not pull that, which is important that I do because I changed one of the APIs, and I also added a bunch of frames to the animation. Okay. So I'll open up the Actually, no, crap. What am I saying? I'll open up the DOS version. So what I've done is I've written an adventure game engine in the style of like the LucasArts SCUM engine that is designed to run inside DOS. So it targets VGA graphics, OPL3, Yamaha OPL3 sound, and PC speaker sound, and that's about it. But it's also designed so that it can also run on modern systems, which is important because I want like the main two platforms for this thing to run on is DOS and WebAssembly. So the modern platform version just includes like an emulator for the PC speaker and the OPL3 sound and such. But here it is running in DOSBox. I've also run it on... I have like a Pentium laptop downstairs, which is my like official test hardware, and I've checked that it does actually run inside Windows 98 and MS-DOS. Surprisingly, which, I don't know, it was an important learning process because it turns out, what's it called? DOSBox lets you get away with murder. You can screw up so many times and DOSBox will just ignore it. Whereas on real hardware, it'll just either crash or glitch out or just generally be horrible. Because like when I first ran it, there were certain things which would just instantly make the game crash. The graphics would tear because I wasn't synchronizing the drawers properly and all sorts of stuff. But now I think that we're in like a very good place. It is quite stable in DOS and also runs pretty well inside a web browser. Manu says, is it joystick controllable? It is not. It is touchscreen controllable. I have added in touchscreen controls for the SDL port, which is the multi-platform port, and I have confirmed that you can play the game on mobile phones. It's not perfect because you have to run in a web browser and like, I don't know, Apple for instance are like really, I don't know, man, it's like it's 2025 and you still can't like make the browser go full screen, which means you have the stupid address bar down the bottom, but it's playable. You can absolutely play the game. Mario Keating asks, what sort of experience is debugging the DOS build like? That is a good question. You don't really... Now, so the short version is, I couldn't figure out how to make DJGPP, which is like the DOS port of the GNU compiler collection, work with a remote debugger. But what I did was I added a Lua debugger in. So, what you can do in this engine is you can basically say, okay, open up COM port number 4, and then attach a null modem cable to it. So what we've got here is like I'm running the game in DOSBox. DOSBox has got COM4 attached to, I don't know, the config basically just says, where is it? Serial. Where's the serial bit? Here we go. So yeah, like serial is set to be a null modem device that opens up a telnet connection on port 42424, and when you basically just go telnet port 42424, you get a Lua console which is inside the game. And I can now like what can I do? I can like print Ash, which is the main character. It is quite long because there are a lot of I guess shared resources in here. But you can see here, like, it's got... Yeah, you can just, like, print out all of the object properties and such. You can also do, like, print ash x ash.y. And then, just to prove that I'm not cheating, so basically, like, when you hit enter, it runs this... REPL command in the gap between rendering frames and stuff. But yeah, initially I was kind of like going, oh yeah, I need to like, you know, I'm gonna avoid making like an STL version for as long as possible, because then it'll force me to like just get good and, you know, better at debugging. That was not the case. I just was kind of miserable for a while. So about halfway through, I just went and made a Linux version, and that was a great idea because then you can do things like turn on memory tracing and like, was it address sanitizer? That's the one. So every time there's like a memory leak or a use after free, it just tells you, which is super nice. Mario Keating says, we're already building on top of Lua. Yes, that is, so this engine, one of the rules that I had was write as much as you can in Lua. Because that was like one of the lessons that the gentleman who wrote Grim Fandango's engine took away. Was basically like, initially they were just trying to port, you know, Scum to 3D, and then it became clear after not very long that, I don't know, like, Scum was like very... It had a scripting engine of its own, but it wasn't very general purpose. Like, it was kind of very tightly coupled to, like, things you could actually do in the engine, like, you know, printing stuff on the screen and such like that. Which then meant that you couldn't do things like extend... I don't know, you know, coding on top of the existing engine turned out to be quite hard, because then you had to modify it, and that's why, like, every Scum game has, like, a very slightly different engine. But Lua, on the other hand... So here's, like, the actual guts of the adventure game part. You can see it's about... Christ, it's growing. It's about 4.6 thousand lines of Lua code, which produces an API. And then... I'll show what the actual game code looks like. So essentially, like, here is the Lua code for this room here, which is the reactor area. And it basically just starts off with me defining all of the graphics that are in the room. Yeah, defining the graphics and the hotspots. So you can see here, like, this one here. So, it says basically, okay, take this PNG file, blit it at this location inside the room, give it the hotspot ID warning sign and the name warning sign, and that means that when I move the mouse over it, it gets registered as something that we clicked on. And then so that's just like basic setting up the scene graph. There is this which sets the walkbox system. I should be able to show off the debug version of that. Set walkbox debug, that's it. So, pt set walkbox debug 1. So each of those red boxes is a walkable area on the screen, and they're joined together with kind of straight horizontal and vertical lines. I basically just nicked this algorithm directly from what Scum did, but it's like very easy that way to map ahead of time and say, okay, how do I get from like box 1 to box 8? Oh, I have to traverse through all of these ones to be the shortest path. And that's, that's how pathfinding works, essentially. Oh, Mario Keating says, I know very little about Lua, but my understanding is that their number types are doubles. Does this necessitate consideration with older hardware at all? It's complicated. So internally, Lua does have an integer representation. The language basically says numbers are interchangeable, but like on the back end when you interface with C, there's very much a difference between floating point and integer. Obviously, we try and use integer as much as possible. There are some areas where I've taken the liberty of just using floats because it's easier, and I'm a big old coward. Like here, for instance, if I go and pick up an item in this room, and use it on the coffee machine. So this like shaking animation here, that's I don't know, that's basically done with simplex noise. So all I've done is I've added an instruction. I should be able to bring it up here. 1 second. So the bridge. Yeah, so like here are like the verb scripts for the room. And it's very basically, we basically say, it's callback based, so this engine does support cooperative multi-threading. And this is essentially a callback to say, okay, if the game fires off the verb combination of using Stein, which is the object I have in the hand, with espresso close-up, which is the coffee machine, it checks the variable store to see if there's anything inside the Stein, and then otherwise it will go ahead, turn on a couple of graphics, and then run this, which shakes the object around using Perlin simplex noise. And yeah, that was just kind of like down to there were a few things in the game where it was like I could animate this by hand, but at the same time it would be just really nice to be able to say just shake that around a whole lot, and you can just define like this is like X amplitude, Y amplitude, X frequency, Y frequency. So you can have a nice low frequency shake or a high frequency shake or what have you. Because yeah, like the older game engines which didn't have quite as much power, they could, like most of the time when they shook the screen, it was just some kind of trick. Like they were messing with like the display registers or something similar to basically say, okay, just move the viewport to the left and right a few times, which, smart. It's a very smart approach when you're kind of targeting low-end hardware. But I guess like with this, because we're doing sort of double buffered rendering and we're assuming that there's a Pentium at least, that tends to be just fast enough to draw everything to the screen without relying on any kind of fancy tricks like that. Oh, the other thing this engine has, which I'm very happy with, is you can go into the options and you can downgrade the graphics. And the way that we do that is that all of the graphics were drawn by me as 256 color, but there is a remapper system which allows you to, for every single color on the palette, basically just say, okay, I want this to downgrade to either like a solid color, or as you can see in the background, there's like a dithered checkerboarded fill. There are a couple of areas where we use, like if I go into this room here, you can see the top over there uses kind of a 25% hexagonal fill. But, oh, and you can also downgrade to CGA. So, we don't quite have, well, I haven't been brave enough to like go and write a driver for VGA and for a proper driver for EGA and CGA. But honestly, this was the harder part. Like, the harder part is writing code which then allows you to just change the colors to whatever you want on the fly. But honestly, yeah, like, I'm very happy with how this is looking. And, like, the CGA colors, by contrast, you just pick this is still using the EGA mappings as a basis. Like, all we've done is we just say, okay, here are here's like the standard CGA compatible 4-color palette to use. Downgrade the 16 colors to this. And, yeah, I think... Anyway, I don't know. This basically just kind of came down to... I could make a one-off thing for this game, you know, just so I can say I've made and released a game, but there was, I think, enough interest from the retro community around more game creation tools that targeted DOS specifically, but also just being able to, like, access, you know, like a relatively cheap and easy way of downgrading the colors and stuff like that. Like, that also it just amuses me. There is also PC speaker engine support in the engine, so here we go. I'll just hit the computer with a wrench a few times. That didn't work. Better do it a couple more. So yeah, we've got like nice little door sound effects, switch sound effects. I still need to make a sound effect for like the coffee machine running. That's something I haven't done yet. Oh, and in terms of... So yeah, we've got OPL3, which is like the old music chip. We don't have like the Sound Blaster sound playback support, but we have something that's just as good, which is... Well, I say just as good, it's not. It's actually kind of dodgy. But we have the option of basically...
Good day, sir. Where might I be taking you?
Hey, Crushing Ceiling. We have the option of getting the PC speaker to play back sampled audio, which is a horrible trick that I think AXA Software used in like the early Golf and games and Mean Streets and that, which is where I kind of nicked the idea from. But like, if I hot reload the game, there you go. That's played on the PC speaker. So the answer is you can play sound effects as long as they are low bitrate and you're willing for them to sound a little bit rubbish. I don't know. Eventually I'll go ahead and like write a proper sound driver for Sound Blaster, but it was more fun doing this, so I just lean towards that. Yeah, anyway. Equals03 says, wasn't that marketed as a real sound back then? It sure was. Yeah, this is exactly the technique that Real Sound were using. And I know this because I opened up Mean Streets in IDA Pro to kind of nick the idea properly. So I think the code is in... Oh wait, no, I moved it. It's now in PCSpeak.c. So yeah, like normally with the PC speaker, the reason why it just kind of sounds the way it does is that you're meant to just set like one square wave. So you basically get a pitch control and it'll just play a square wave at the loudest volume it can, and then that's your audio. Which is why everything sounds kind of very either like beepy and boopy and single channel. However, what AXA Software realized is there is a mode that allows you to basically just set an impulse. So instead of setting like a square wave that just keeps going up and down, you can just basically like do like one pulse and then have it die after a number of ticks. And if you do that more than 16,000 times a second, that's faster than the PC speaker cone can kind of move back to where it was. And to the human ear, it sounds like sampled audio because it gets smoothed out, which is a very cool trick. It doesn't work under Windows, so we have like a check which forces this feature to be turned off if it detects that it's running under Windows 95 or Windows 98 or what have you, because in fact, like, Windows 95 will send you, if you try and do this on the Windows 95, it'll pull you out of the game and it'll give you a message saying, oh, this program isn't designed for Windows. You better like double check whether or not you want to run this in real mode. Because because it requires setting the timer to be 16 kilohertz, and it freaks out if it goes higher than a kilohertz under Windows. Or, 1000 hertz under Windows. So yeah, that's kind of where we are. Now, the remaining animation that we need to work on, because it's not spoilers to say that the start of the game is that you are in bed with your partner, the ship stops, you are booted out of bed unceremoniously to go figure out what is going wrong, and like I don't know, like an idiot, I didn't realize I probably should show this happening off screen so I don't have to draw it. Nope, no such luck. So that is kind of what we're working on tonight, in part. Light cube, please. I don't have light cube, do I? Yeah, okay. Cancel. And we want this, I think. Okay. So this is most of the animation that we need for getting out of bed. And as you can see, I'm just doing it rotoscoped. The change from last week is that I have colored in, I filled in kind of the detail on the fabric from about the halfway mark to the end. Yeah, like, again, like, a smarter option would have been pick an art style which uses flat shading, like Eric Chahi, who did like Another World, had completely the right idea. Like, rotoscoping is quite nice if all you have to do is like draw an outline around each frame. But like an Aegis, I decided, no, I want it to look like, nice nice hand-drawn VGA art. So unfortunately that means you got to draw the VGA by hand. But honestly, yeah, like it's not too bad. I can like, to put things in perspective, this is the first proper project where I've drawn pixel art, and I think that it's quite easy to punch above your weight if you just use like reference footage like this. So, yeah, anyway, that's most of it. There is a second half to that animation, isn't there? Okay, so like the first bit, which is basically kind of like reaching for the blankets, failing, and then kind of, I don't know, grasping your legs because it is so freaking cold, is like the intro wind up to this sequence, which is getting off the bed and getting dressed. But I think tonight, if we get most of this colored in tonight, I'll be surprised and also happy, because then I won't have to worry about it anymore. Yeah, the other thing that I really kind of want to get sorted tonight, hopefully, because it's basically ready, it just needs a couple of tweaks, is the docs. So I've been documenting the API as I go, and there is, hang on, so if I go build STL Ninja docs doc. Do I have? Yes, I do. Okay. Index. Crap, no. Not that. Okay, file. Scott. Development, parenti, build, SDL, doc. Okay. So here is the API documentation that's been exported. Obviously quite heavy. Like, my recommendation is to just use, I don't know, install, you know, if you're using like Visual Studio Code, you can install a language server, and then as long as your project is in the same folder as the source code for this, it should figure out what you're talking about and just give you code completion. Sorry, I can't be more scientific than that, but it is also nice to be able to just kind of search around for individual keywords and get, you know, get specific information about, I don't know, API stuff. Hey, Racing the Beam. So yeah, ideally I want to double check that this is all good, and then, yeah, double check that this is all good, upload a copy to the internet, that I can then point to from like the main repo saying, here are the docs. There is also a guide, which I've worked on a little bit sporadically. I don't, MD book serve. There we go. Oh, cool. SeaMonkey is apparently too old to to view the JavaScript for this book. But yeah, this is definitely more of a kind of getting started. What's it called? Less formal information about what's in the engine. I don't know. I think I may just kind of leave it this as it is, and then kind of come back to it. Come back to it later. Mad Moose asks, SeaMonkey, what year is it? Long and short version is, like, I don't like running Chrome as a second browser, and I'm not using, like, you know, I have like terrible results if I use my main browser for like showing stuff on stream. So, and also, yeah, like I tried using like a WebKit based one for a while, but then WebKit turns out just like is really GPU intensive for no good reason. So, I don't know. Maybe I should just use another copy of Firefox or Iceweasel or LibreWolf or whatever it is called. But I just haven't got around to it yet. I mean, I initially assumed like SeaMonkey would just be based on Gecko, right? But apparently no. SeaMonkey is like frozen in time at some point. Okay. All right. Oh, Mad Moose says links. Yeah, I guess I guess there is links. Links isn't so good at JavaScript though, which can be an issue if you're doing fancy pages. Alas. Okay, well, that's enough stalling. I better put on some background music. Assuming I can find the tab which has background music in it. No, that contains soldering iron information. No, that contains API stuff, a thing I don't care about. Let's go. Okay, we'll just do all reliable. Do sharp x68000 collection. Okay. One moment, I'm just adjusting the contrast to my monitor because... There we go, okay. I try to keep the brightness down nice and low, but then it makes it hard to kind of differentiate between the colors. So, that should be slightly better. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing well tonight. Okay, so the formula basically goes, we have this reference image which kind of shows you the light patterns, and given that the animation is pretty dynamic, it doesn't matter if we just kind of keep trying to draw roughly the same thing each time and it's slightly different. It'll just... as long as we're mostly consistent, it'll mostly look good. At least that's what I keep telling myself. Okay, so... roughly about here... Okay. Alright, so this is just like... this is the sleeve... the flap of the sleeve, but it's kind of inverted a bit, I think. So... as long as we're just roughly consistent here. One sec. I gotta reply to this. Oh, that's right, it's in here. Okay. Alright, so the... The fabric does kind of change a bit from here to here. Oh, okay, yeah, so it kind of goes all... slumps all the way down there. So I'm gonna just... Yep. So yeah, in the subsequent one I did that. So I got this. Okay, we just need maybe a little bit more definition. Nah, I'm just guessing. That's not good. Alright. Crap. Actually, no. Okay. That should do. Okay, so pretty much the same. Yeah, no. Oh crap, no, don't create a text. Don't create a giant text. Yeah, I don't know about this. Like when you've got when the source material just looks very kind of formless like this, you sort of have to just hope that it holds its shape when yeah, hope that it holds its shape when you put it in the animation. I may have to go back and erase this. Oh god, I've been coloring this with like the wrong color as well. That's why it looks so harsh. Okay, well, let's leave it there for now. We'll come back and I don't know, cut some of these to fit once we get a full animation loop. Okay, yep. Slight change in posture. Oh crap, I missed. Okay. Very slight tilt. Oh yeah, okay. That's much. Okay, no, that's the correct height for that. And then here. Okay, maybe in this frame it was too blurry to kind of make out what the height was, but whatever. We'll just keep it roughly the same height as this. What is this? Oh, it's 5 minutes long. Yeah, okay, if we're being honest with ourselves. That's roughly the shape. Okay, no, I'm not going to do cross-hatching here because then it looks weird. Alright, hang on. Okay, good enough. Oops. No, not this one. No, I keep drawing on the wrong layer. Keeps wrecking me. That's what this reminds me of. Good lord, no. That's too long. That's probably copyrighted. Oh, that's Square. That's also copyrighted. Hudson, they don't care. Yeah, I'm not going to pretend it makes a lick of sense geometrically, but... or spatially, or whatever you want to call it, but... I am literally just drawing what this looks like. Okay, good enough. Huh, okay. That's another one. So once we get to about here, then it becomes like a case of drawing the shirt, which, yeah, haven't started on. We've just drawn the arms, and the coveralls, but not the shirt. So I think plan will be finish coloring in the coveralls, then we'll have a go at coloring in the shirt, and then I may have to do the final touches like offline, because I think I need some more reference photography. Interesting. Actually, Two on the nose. Wait, hang on. Ah, crap. Well, if I cut this out, Actually, no. Let's just do the last couple of frames. We'll do the last couple of frames, see how it plays, and then... I don't know. Do a little bit of doco. Do a little bit of doco as a treat to... Oh, correct, yeah, the other thing that I wanted to look into, but may actually be in the too hard basket. I want to see if we can build like a Windows version without using Windows. Because for local dev, not gonna lie, it is kind of nice to have a local dev copy, and it would be good if this is accessible for people who don't know how to build. You know, they shouldn't need to build the engine, they should just be able to like run, you know, write some Lua code and then just run it in, you know, just like a binary copy of the engine. So we gotta, so I don't know, maybe I'll like spend a little bit of time trying to cross compile. 'Cause, yeah. I mean, yeah. Worst case, I could probably ask you lot for help if I get stuck, because it's been a long time since I've actually built Win32 version of anything. What is this? Oh, it's like the end music of Super Street Fighter. Hey, Kanakos. The doco. It's there. It's mostly done. I think what I need to do is... Okay, yeah, I need to double check that everything is in the right group. Like, there are some stuff down here which needs to get its own group. And, also be nice to change the CSS colors, so then they're not kind of glaring platinum like they are now. This is not using Doxygen, this is using LDoc, which is, yeah, a Lua doc compatible generator, but it supports typing, which is good because then it means the language server also supports typing. If you document all your API functions using their typing syntax, then apparently the Lua language server will know that. Which, not gonna lie, is kind of helpful. But yeah, the last little bit of API, which I was initially just kind of on the fence about changing, was this shake API, but I think I fixed the issue, which was that originally shake object was kind of very messy and it had a whole bunch of parameters and it wasn't clear how you would extend it. Now it works very similar to the way that move object does, which is that you pass in a function describing what you want, and in this case that'll be shake func, which out of the box comes with one implementation of that called simplex shake, so you can extend it with whatever you want, or we could just add more to the core API later. Yeah, but the shake, yeah, I'm quite happy with the shake stuff because it works equally well on objects and on the room. Like anything which has an X and a Y position, you can just pass to the shake engine and it should just, yeah, just mess it up. So, much cheaper than animating that stuff by hand. Okay. Alkininga says, I also just got done playing the Gorkov's campaign in Urban Assault Metropolis Store. 17-hour stream. Jesus H, like how are you still alive? Like I can feel parts of my subconscious just kind of like slowly grinding into a paste after about hour 5. And by 6, like that's the point at which like essential systems start shutting down on their own volition. So raw determination. Okay, well, that's fair. Is that kind of synonymous with spite? I've definitely kind of stuck it out of spite a couple of times. Just when, like, I don't know, I'm fixing ScumVM or something and it's not going my way, and it's like, no, we're gonna get this done tonight. No one, the stream will not get finished until we have our answer. And sometimes that works. Others, it's just a terrible idea. And I would have thought that over time I would get better at determining the threshold between those two things. No, you do not. If anything, the hubris gets worse. Oh, crap. I should turn that layer off so I'm not tempted to draw things to it. Kinko says, the spite is when I keep trying to brute force my way through a situation in the game, and that doesn't matter how many hours of sleep I've had or hadn't. Yeah, I know the kind of situation you're talking about. Like, I'm thinking specifically of like games which expect you to learn to memorize a certain pattern for a boss battle, and somehow it just seems easier to just keep thrashing at it or keep trying to cheese it to get past to the other side. When clearly that's not what the game designer wanted you to do, but, you know. There are no cops here. Play the game however you want. Kinnika says, I had a lot of crazy victories this time around, and because I threw my host station right up next to the enemy's host station and let the gun turrets do the rest. Ah, yes. Turrets. Okay. No, I'm just reminded of that. I was watching Sonneveld's Exapunk stream, I think on like Saturday, and there was like a there was like a hacker challenge where you were meant to kind of like fight each other, like taking over control of a TV station. And there was like some rules basically saying, oh, every time you try and kill an opponent's process, like that's a point off. But nothing stopping you from just like firing off like 4 kill commands at the start of the match, and then, you know, because it's the rest is time based, just, you know, just coast along. Just play as many videos as you want because the other player has been quadruple killed. It's like it's almost like they didn't quite think the consequences of that through. Or more likely, they did think it through, but they assumed that it wouldn't be fun as an AI component. Like, if the AI player also did the sudden death approach of just immediately calling the kill instruction 4 times. So they had to go like, oh, well, I guess like the AI player should play fair. But I imagine the leaderboard for that particular challenge would just be very, I don't know, very much just like people issuing kill back and forth as opposed to like trying to achieve the goal of the thing. Oh, no, that's not correct. That's not correct at all. Kinnika says, in Urban Assault, the Tarantel 2 is the most ridiculous, overpriced, bullshit host station in the entire game. Has a dozen turrets, lots of coverage, and 170 base damage each gun. If you capture a power station in the game, you can beam it free of cost, no matter how far away it is. If the enemy AI decides not to move their host station out of there, you can just sit next to them, effectively broadsiding them to death. Would you say that in the game you feel like is sometimes the only way to win to exploit the blind spot of the AI? Assuming that, you know, you're playing an AI match. Kineko says the AI in Open Assault is stupid on purpose. The whole game design is based around user control of individual units. There is a rotating list of tips on the mission select screen, and even the loading screen, which I never see because of the SSD, tells you always to take user control over your units. And yeah, the loading screen is practically non-existent unless you compile UA source with optimization 0. It's only slow as snails if you compile at 0. Yeah. I don't like... that is kind of odd. Because I wouldn't have... Maybe there's like some kind of specific inner loop optimization that isn't happening unless you do 01 or higher. Okay, copy this. To here. Ah, crap! I'm always off by 1 frame. Two frames. this side. Kinnico says, chiptune library seems to be as unhinged as ever. Yeah. That's the sharp 68,000 for you. Just multitudes. Right hand side. Okay, just need another one of these. Okay, one more frame. Sorry, 2 more frames. This inclusive, but we don't have to color that much in. In fact, it's mostly outline. Alright, done. Alright, how does it look? Mostly consistent. Okay. So this bit here. Yeah, this bit in here with like the sleeve dangling on the left seems a bit messy. But I'm also not sure how we can like make it better necessarily. Or even if it just kind of doesn't even seem to distract that much. Because here the sleeve is turned out. At this point, I think the inside flap of the coverall is kind of inverting it a bit, which then kind of makes it droop down. Maybe the solution is don't make these these bits as obvious. How does that look? I think that's okay. Alright. So hit save. Oh, hey, Mac. Mac says, looking great. Thanks. This is... I still regret putting myself in the position where I would need to draw all of, like, an animation this big, but hopefully it will kind of... I don't know. Sometimes it's nice to start the game with a nice animation that's obviously had too much effort spent on it. Okay, this side of the fence I'm going to have to worry about later. So I'm going to take... So before jumping back in and colouring in the t-shirt, let's see if we can't do anything... Let's see if we can just sort out this documentation. Okay, so I'm just going to read through the sections here. So general to begin with. So we've got all of these which are kind of like fairly general purpose bits of the engine. Saving, loading. Maybe, saving and loading might be good to like split out into its own bit actually. Let's do that. Because otherwise it just becomes like too big to read. So then that would kind of all go into the save load. These things here are kind of more mathy. Like I added in this function here, which specifically so that we could get the scoring system working. Because in this game, score is determined by how many unique lines of dialogue you find. And so this is used to, instead of keeping track of like every single string in the save game file, we just keep track of the hash. So yeah, okay, maybe we'll just add math for that. Okay. Events. Is it really just those two? I thought there'd be more. Oh wait, because we've got input as well. Okay. Okay, I'll just leave that. Yep. That's interesting. Why is... Okay. Why, I've got PT remove room, but it's talking about removing an actor. Did I screw that up? Yeah, there's two copies of remove room. There we go. This is why it pays to read the documentation, because now we can see I've screwed up and just made two copies of remove room when one is actually meant to be remove actor. Okay. So all the actor stuff makes sense. Rendering... Oh, I should move these angle ones to math. Okay, then we got like backgrounds, animations, sprites, groups, iteration. Okay, then we get down to PT linear. So it's in the movement section. Yep, then we've got the GUI controls. Text generation. Walkbox stuff. Okay, move those two up there. Okay. Did that rearrange everything? Oh, wait. Ah, crap, it overwrote the style sheet, but that's okay. But yeah, now we've got a save and load section, we've got a math section. Maybe it makes sense to move the walkbox above the actors. There we go, okay. Walkbox stuff, then actors, then rendering. Oh, didn't that not... Okay, did that not get fixed? Yeah, I added a movement section. Why are you trying to pretend there's no movement section? Okay, that definitely changed. Crap, no it didn't. Oh, because I didn't put three dashes, so it didn't count. Three dashes, then rebuild. There we go. Then GUI controls, then text. Then the stuff to do with the audio. Then threading instructions. Okay, I need to add like a... Okay, I need to move these ons to the event section. Let's get mouse over. Oh, okay. This... Yep, that's missing a... That had a doc string, but it wasn't properly lined up, so I wasn't getting that. Oh god, alright. Okay, yep. Okay, alright, so... PT on. Oh yeah, we've got like on save state and on load state, which probably need to move to events. Okay. Yeah, and really it should be callbacks rather than events because alright. That's looking better. It's looking more organized. Oh, okay. And the final little bit we gotta do is we gotta invent a section for these, I think. Set auto clear screen, I think, should go under rendering, along with all this other stuff. Then we just have these debug options. Okay, I'm satisfied. That looks good. Now, just gonna carefully check to make sure that I didn't cause any regressions by just moving everything about. It shouldn't, because those are all Lua global variables, and I think they're resolved at runtime as opposed to compile time. But never can be too careful. Oh crap. Yep. I broke it. Oh, that's why it's always a bad idea to rearrange code. Shit. Okay. Hopefully it should be screaming at me in the logs, like how it's broken. Yeah, okay, heaps of places where it's busted. Okay. Attempt to get like the nil value. 2627. That could be a problem. Okay, no errors. Okay, good. It was just that. Hopefully it was just that. Can I pick up the crest? Yes, I can. Can I open the locker? So yeah, this raises an interesting issue. I've changed the engine so that it doesn't print a bunch of stuff to the command line by default. However, there are some things that I absolutely wanted to print to the command line. Like always. And that would be like the whoops handler. Which as you can see, like down here is whenever... Okay, that's like the crash message for whenever there is a big problem. And like we can see here, for like the earlier issues, like script events would like have an unhandled script error, etc. Like that's the kind of thing that I want always to that I always want to print out. Except, yeah, because I didn't really add the concept of like verbosity levels to the logging system. It's literally just a function called ptlog, which, you know, contains a little bit of everything. But for something like this, So I might actually have to like mod the logging API so there's like an error code which overpowers the need for also, I guess if we're being pernickety, this would this would like we'd want to print this to standard error instead of standard out, but it would be VF printf. Okay, that should cover most of our bases, I think. Conflicting types of VJ update overscan. Is that correct? Oh, okay, because it's in the wrong order. Alright, and then... How are we looking? Okay, that all seems fine. I'm going to induce an error, and then hopefully we should get some negative feedback. So if I were to just go like, I don't know, PTPC speaker. An invalid call like that. Okay, here we go. We got an... So we got a crash box. I would have thought I'd be able to laugh something like that off, but maybe not. Because yeah, like that, like once you get that box, then that kicks you out. But then we do have the command line version of that as well. So maybe that was successful. Where's something that's less load bearing that we can check it out? If we go into, I know, if we go into the bridge code and then we just screw up one of the meteorites. So I just go like, there we go. So now that thread should crash pretty much as soon as we open up that screen. Huh. Really? There we go. That should be a crash. Oh, it's hiding it. Why are you hiding it? Huh. Are the rocks moving? The rocks are moving. I guess you are allowed to divide 1 by 0. So we'll say... So, refreshing this. Okay. So the rock thread errored, which means we've got no rocks kind of passing past the screen. Does it do that and expose the error message even if we're not in logging mode? It doesn't. Why doesn't it not do that? Where... Oh, PT run threads. Interesting, okay. Alright, I think we're gonna have to make another script binding for errors. Because that is important enough to to bubble up to the top. Okay, so PT log. I've changed my mind. I want to call it log error so that in case we don't, if we ever need like an error type later on, we don't get screwed over. Good enough. All right, oh yeah, that's right. And then we have to finally go down here to the thread, handling, dingus, and fix the log message. It's not render, not events. Here. Okay, give that one more shot. I think I've still got the code in there, which will make the rock thread crash, so we can use that as a basis. Load. There we go. Good. That gives you a nice little trace back where in your code got messed up. So if we do this, hot reload, we should start seeing meteors again. Meteors? There we go. Actually, maybe we should just use whoops as opposed to rolling our own. Okay. Returns a string of trace back to the call stack. The optional message string is appended at the beginning of the call stack. Oh, okay. So you can also begin it with thread. If thread... Actually, let's just go... So we go if thread then okay, and if we do that, and we should then be able to go back up to this other one up here and get rid of pt log error. Okay. Let's see how that goes. Hey Super Foxer, we're doing pretty good. We're just we're doing like a last kind of polish pass on this DOS adventure game engine before we kind of cut the release. And at the moment we're just kind of making sure that the error handler is working as expected. So I've set up an error in this next room here, and if we go into there... Oh wait, no, I turned the error off, so this room is fine. But if I were to go back into the code, and then... introduce an error. There we go, okay, so that, cool, yep, that raised a debug error, which is good. Okay, it must be an integer, and then there's the traceback. And then presumably if we were to break the other handler, which is more important, we would then get... Yeah, okay. Then we get the pop-up, which is like a flagrant error. Oh, Super Foxer says, yesterday I finished a Deltarune fan game which I've been working through on the whole month. I don't care if you'd like to check it out later. Neat. Is it what kind of engine is it running in? May I ask? Would it be like, I don't know, like Unity or Godot, or like writing your own? So get rid of this, get rid of this. Oh, web playable TypeScript, neat. Yeah. One of the things I've been working on like a fair bit with this engine is that technically, you know, the hardware constraints are for DOS, but it also does a dual build for browser, and that part's working pretty smooth now. Like I can do a build and then I can push it to itch.io. And I should be able to open another one of these windows and go to the super secret page, which I haven't published yet, which contains the WASM build. There we go. Did it remember my save? Yeah, okay. So one of the big things that I've been struggling with for the WebAssembly build is that it seems like normal browsers remember save games. Freaking mobile Safari does not. It throws away, yeah, like it throws away the IndexedDB, which contains the save files, and I have no idea why. Oh, and this is an old save game, so you can see Mora's severed head floating around, because that was before I refactored everything. But yeah, all the game features seem to be working pretty well. Don't even need threading. We managed to like decouple threading from this. Oh, Superfox says, maybe it's because of the cache and cookies. That's how I made it for my game. That it would not surprise me if there's just some kind of very aggressive caching strategy going on. Like, it's no secret that, like, iOS really hates, well, you know, Apple really hates progressive web apps. Because, you know, that's time that people could, you know, otherwise spend in the App Store. So, you know, they don't really, they kind of go out of their way to make progressive web apps kind of annoying to use. So it would not surprise me if they just decided, you know what, you get like a cache of one day, or you know what, you get a cache that is tied to the exact JavaScript version that is there. Despite the fact that there is, you know, there was a bunch of effort that I put in to make sure that it was, I don't know, backwards compatible with that. Full screen works. Yeah. Ignore the fact that it's a bit laggy. I think that's just down to the fact that when I'm streaming, like, generally the browser's a bit crap in terms of doesn't perform super well. So that sorts that out. Okay, so I think, yeah, okay, I'm happy now with the order of the functions in here. So what I really want to do is I want to fix a couple of things with this, with the CSS of this file, namely just, you know, fix the weird 700 pixel limit in the middle there, so it just stretches out to the entire screen. And then upload that. Then we can say, congratulations, there are docs now for this engine. And I guess, yeah, I guess maybe we could just like cut a release. Just say version 1 is ready. Because, yeah, the game that I'm building on the engine is not ready, but I'm pretty sure that I don't need any more APIs. I think I've got everything that I need here. Superfox says, want to check out my game. I would, accept the aforementioned browser issue is, yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult to run things performantly in the browser. As you saw, it was just like super laggy and such. Actually, it's been 3 hours, so I'm probably going to take a break. I mean, feel free to put the link in the chat. I'll definitely check that out later on. It's been 3 hours. I'm going to go take a break. Get a caffeine. God, my brain is shutting down already. When we get back, I'm not sure. Maybe we'll do more coloring in. That's definitely the thing that I've been putting off, so maybe I should just do coloring in. Yeah. I guess the more coloring in I do now, the less I have to do later, so sure. Okay, we'll do some more coloring in when we get back. Until then, go stretch your legs. We're back. Yeah, in the break I was just having a cheeky look at this Quasi MSys 2, which appears to be like an all-in-one build environment for building Windows stuff under Linux, which is, not gonna lie, it sounds pretty much bang on the money what I want. Also, they have, I didn't know this, but apparently MSys 2, they have like a package archive similar to I guess like Arch's Pac-Man, which has a bunch of pre-built libraries, including STL3, which is the only library that we need to to assemble this. So I figured, why not? Let's get that going in the background. So we'll just check that. Not check out. Clone that in the background. Oh, guess there's nothing to it. Quasi MSys 2. What do the instructions say that we need to do? We need to. Okay, I think I've got all of those. Make install GCC GDB and we'll say STL3. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that should. Oh, okay, you can use underscore instead of this long prefix. Okay, so it should install STL3. And like the massive chain of crap that STL3 somehow also pulls in. Or actually no, this is like GDB stuff. Yeah, right. This seems valid. This seems like it won't come and bite me in the ass. How much disk space do I have left? Oh crap, yeah, I only have 18 gig of space. That's going to be a problem. Crap. Let me see if there's anything big I can delete. Yeah, there's quite a lot of stuff. It would turn out. Interactive entertainment. Move that to streams. Okay, that should free up about 3 gig. And then, I've got that there, but okay. There we go. Add a little bit of sand to the hourglass. So hopefully that should not die. Not die partway through. Let me turn the music back on. Where'd the music go? Oops. I guess this must be just the Lemming soundtrack. Okay. Alright, now I gotta think about coloring in the shirt. Luckily the shirt doesn't have as many colors in the palette. In fact, it's got 4. This won't do. Come on. Go. There we go. This might actually be a cakewalk. Oh, that's done. Okay. Okay, so if we've got all this stuff. Alright, we just gotta find a way to get Trick Mason or Meson into building this. We already have a few yeah, we have like a couple of INI files here to trick it into using DJ GPP as a cross compiler and WASM. So I imagine it'll be just a very similar ordeal tricking it to use MSys2. Is MSys2 supported as a MSys? Ooh, here we go. Platform-specific install quirks, MSys2. Okay, if you're using MSys2 on your Windows development environment, please make sure you do not use the MSys Python package to provide Python 3. Use either Mingu 64 Python 3 we've got all these Windows EXEs, which is not ideal. Okay, what have we got? We've got testing compilers, native Clang. Win native Clang CC. Oh, I see. Right, it's using... I think there's like a feature in Clang which allows you to just natively target cross-platform without having this cross-compiler version. At least I believe I read something like that. So it's just checking to see if Clang is there. Okay. Okay, let's get this properly done. Okay, I'm gonna say x86 64. Okay, it's gonna be, I guess Sigwin would count as that. Okay, returns a more specific CPU name. Oh, okay, you literally just say x86 64 for the CPU. Okay, so we would have to go LVM strip. Okay, and how have I done it? I've... Oh, crap. I see how it is. Okay, so we have to... Source... Build... Oh, crap, what was it called? It was called... Quasi-MSys. Env. All.source. Then we go Meson. The stuff which scroll back up here. Setup. Crossfile equals this horrible thing I made. And then we'll just call it build Windows 64. Executables created by C compiler Clang are not runnable. That's technically true because we're building Windows executables. I believe there is a... there's like a bin format misc command you can use, like bin format misc wine. So there's like a feature there's like a Linux feature you can use to basically say if I encounter a Windows executable, just pipe it through wine, which I think you have to use here. Here we go. Optionally bin format misc allows to be thing. And doesn't provide a customization mechanism to explicitly run wine. Maybe Meson run wine. Okay. Executables. So we've got compiler properties, built-in options, compiler options. Ah, interesting, okay. Probably quicker to just look inside the Maison code to see if there's any tiny hints. Oh crap! I closed the tab. I closed the tab which had the stuff in it. Source quasi MSys2 env all. Maison setup cross file XAC. What was it called? This thing. Compilers C like. Okay, so it tries to run it using Python subprocess.run, that makes sense. Environment has exe wrapper, that sounds like the thing we need. Can't check if the binaries have run, so we have to assume they do. Yep, that's exactly what I want. I want that so bad. Has exe wrapper. Tell me more about has exe wrapper. Wrapper. The new needs exe wrapper properly allows overriding auto detection for case where build machine appears to be compatible with host machine, but actually isn't. There we go. Oh, easy. Okay, we just have to put that in the cross file. What could be simpler? Oh god. Why did that suddenly lock up? What? Come on. I added that in to... So what happened here? Running test binary command. USR bin. Oh, so it does try it. It does freaking try and run it through wine. So why isn't that working? It worked. It worked. Why did that not work? Okay, return the number 3. Oh, and it detected that there's a... It detected, like, there's a Mason cross file already. I didn't have to make a new one. In fact, this one is actually probably nicer put together. So if I were to just ignore... If I were to just get rid of this cross file altogether, and we just did Mason setup. Crap, okay, it just worked. So it's just us trying to fight whatever's already there, so... Okay, and it found Lure, it found SDL3. It found package config, which could be a problem because that's not really the right that's not really the right location for package config. But whatever. Let's try building the Windows one, which should be using... Oh crap, okay. What have we got? Okay, we've run out of lemmings. Let me go over to Sega Mega Drive. Okay. A relevant symbol is available in libspng.a, but cannot be used because it is not an import library. Not an import library. Holy mascot formulate. What are you trying to pull? Ah, jeez. Okay. Too many errors. What was the command that it tried to run, but then it... Okay, it tried running Clang. We've got like all these libraries here. Wow, SeaMonkey can't even open Google anymore. That's pretty cool. I do find that's pretty cool, actually. LVM not import library. Oh, okay, because you got to do Ming W horse crap. Okay. Okay, Mason. Shared module creates import library. Shared module should not produce DLA import library and Ming artifact like a shared library does. Only the shared object itself. Okay, how am I defining it in the Meson config? I'm just defining these as static library. Okay. Just tell me more about import library. Cannot currently generate an import library from a def file. Functionality support by lib. This incompatibility is currently breaking. Hey Stiger, we're currently we're taking a little break to try and make a Windows build. It's been kind of semi-successful. We've got the tool chain up, but now we're just trying to figure out how static libraries work under like Windows. What are we doing? Okay. Relevant symbol cannot be used because it's important. And what artifacts have we made? So we made a bunch of objects. We've created these A files. Which is a thin archive. Okay, those have all been built okay, I think. Sorry. Import library. Okay, use the DLL extension .so. Lib something.dll.a is an import library. I assume that will load the corresponding. Oh no, that's not good. Well. So that's going to be a problem because we don't want these as libraries at all. Like like all I did was I crammed these into like static archives on the expectation that they would just be built in. The reason your linker cannot find the library is because your current working directory is not the service path of the libraries. Add current directory to your linking. So why is it doing that? Why? Okay, LLD undefined symbol. Okay, the idea is to compile libraries without linking, then convert the output objects with this. Okay. It's possible to build it static if all the A files and object files are available. Yeah. I must be like missing like one argument. One freaking argument to Clang. Nope. That'd have been too easy. Why would, like, how is this hard? The objects are there, they're just in an A file. You should know this. You should know this frigging... Good lord. LVM Ming W doesn't recognize a file. Static library A file. Okay, here we go. Upgraded from the latest release. A set of pieces. Okay, that's whinging that it can't find the file at all. It's not really what we have. Yeah, it was due link of. Just. Oh my god, and you couldn't have just, like, maybe posted what those linker flags were? Oh my god, alright. Linker flags. LLD link only accepts MSVC type arguments on Windows and nothing else. Okay, maybe... Okay. Exclude libs. Force load of all members in a static library? Ooh, that's tempting. Okay, there's like... There's link against shared libraries and do not link against shared libraries. Oh my god. Save the current state of as needed static and whole archive. Oh, I see. Right, okay, so... God damn it. I mean, I can't... Okay. So what if I were to go here... Okay, no, that's still doing it. Windows support. Supports Windows operating system. When invoked as this, the driver for Windows operating system is used to pass command line options. Supports further linking process. Okay, linking against DLL, done. Can read import libraries and unit link against DLL. Linking against static library, done. The format of the static library lib on Windows is actually the same as on Unix.a. LLD can read it. Okay, maybe the extension is throwing it off. Like maybe it's meant to be kind of outputting a .lib, but we're outputting a .a for some stupid reason. I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing at this point. I've forgotten the stupid shortcut to whatever. Doesn't matter. Full support for cross compilations for the use of a cross build definition file. Yeah, okay, we've kind of done that. Since cross-compiling is more complicated than native building, is it just the Clang linker which is dogging us? Need to set target link options. Prepare build. Oh my god. Oh. Hey Super Foxer. We're just in the middle of trying to build this thing for Windows. I'm not actually using Windows to build it though. I'm building it with a cross compiler. And it compiled, but it's not linking because it doesn't like me using .a files to store individual, like there are some modules which I've kept mostly separate from the rest of the engine, like the OPL emulator and PhysFS and Lua, etc. And something about the linker just seems to object to the idea of me including code in that manner, like it just assumes that it just says a relevant symbol is available in libspng but cannot be used because it is not an import library. Which is true. Like, my understanding is that an import library is something like this. Like, here's the import library we're using for libstl3. And that, that's basically an instruction to say, dynamically link to libstl3, please. But that's, yeah. That doesn't seem to be happening. Alright. So now I'm kind of in the... Oh, Superfox says, I understand zero programming cells say, oh, that's a bummer, so you have some emotional support, although I don't know about it. Oh. No worries. Thank you for the sympathy. Like, it's always... I don't know, like, I struggle usually with build tooling, and I don't know, like, Mason's been pretty good until now. However, it's the combination of Mason with, Ming W64, which is kind of wrecking me a wee bit. Okay. What does it want? Maybe this is... okay. Verbose. Win. Okay, there we go. So, when we ran in Verbose, we can see the actual linker command that it's trying to run. That could be more of an more accurate than... cause yeah, we're just calling everything through, Clang, which is the C compiler, but that in turn calls the linker to actually install, or you know, to try and join up all the modules. So let's just kind of split this up into bits and bobs. So we can see here, it's calling the linker, it's using our cross-compiler toolchain as, I guess, the root, the system root, for whatever that means. Then down here we've got all of our engine source code. Then all of these A files, which are the things that it's whinging about. Then down here it's having... okay, then it tries to link in libstdl3. Then all of these other libraries, which I believe are needed by MSys to bridge, I don't know, Linux and Windows stuff. Oh, and then it finishes up with, like these stubs here I think are for patching in the Microsoft C runtime, or, you know, stubs to connect to the C runtime. I think it's the Microsoft one, or maybe they provide their own. I don't know, but this bit here, it does not like. So, LD. Is subsystem even a... If you want to force the static link, okay. No. Bloody sea monkey. You're killing me here. Oh, actually, hang on. Find. So the output of all of these .a files, where it sounds like it should be .lib. Is that just something that we need to... Okay. Meson Windows output.lib. Here we go. Windows library naming conventions. Windows... Okay, Meson build system currently builds Windows static libraries by default. An A extension in order to distinguish between static import libs. I understand Meson supports overriding this behavior with the name suffix pattern. Well, okay. Well, it seems closed, so I'm guessing people got angry about this. But the question is, how angry did they get? I think the explanation for the conscious choice why the things the way they are pretty good. I think we're onto something here. I think this may be the reason why it's cooked. Oh no, okay. Why does building my project with MSVC output static files called lib3.a? If for some reason you really need your project to output static libraries in the form foo.lib, yes, we absolutely do. You can set the name prefix kwrg to nothing and the name suffix arg to lib. Okay, let's try that with... let's try that with our cross-compile file. Actually, what am I doing? I'm editing the wrong one. Oh, okay. Yep. I gotta pass it to each argument. Alright. That's annoying. Okay. So static library. I got name suffix. By convention, for static libraries it is A everywhere. By convention, MSVC static libraries use the lib suffix, but we use A to avoid a potential name clash with shared libraries, which also generate import libraries with the lib suffix. That's okay. Okay, it does have a ternary operator. Good, we'll just do that. Okay. Yeah, this name suffix. Okay. Maybe that will work. Maybe that'll let us build under Windows. Build... Ming... Ninja... Oh wait, except I'm not... Yeah, okay. How about now? Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Okay. Okay, so we can't trigger it by just changing the file extension. That's unfortunate. Not gonna lie. Links all contents of the given static libraries whether they use or not, according to the whole archive flag of GCC. Allows the link target to re-export symbols from all the objects in the static libraries. We can try that. We can try just adding random crap like this. Okay, well, that particular mod was a failure, so let's roll that back. Okay, the first one that is, let's just experiment on SPNG. Link hole true. Okay, true is not a static library. Okay, that's like native. Okay. Okay, we've got link with and we've got link hole. Maybe we need to use link hole. So what's currently in platform web? Okay, platform webs are those. Fine. So if I were to change this to link hole, does that change anything? You've got to be killing. It almost worked. It almost worked. But we can fix that. We can fix that. We can not include that. Okay. Like, do we even need... Lua.c? I think that's just the command line. That may actually just be like an issue with our compiler thing here. If I just remove this. Oh wait, okay. That's cursed, get rid of that. Dang it, okay, no. Locally defined symbol imported. Okay, we've just given ourselves a worse problem now. Link with. One or more shared or static libraries built with those programs that this target should be linked with. Fasten array, that array will be flattened. Arguments will be custom targets, in which case Mason will assume that merely adding the thing into the linking command is sufficient to make linking work. Not sufficient in the build system, right? I must write all the other steps manually. God, alright. So I think we can agree Lua.c doesn't need to be in there. I think Link Hole is probably asking for trouble. Oh my god, alright. This sucks. Why did I think that why did I even yeah. God, like why is building for Windows so hard? It doesn't have to be this hard, surely. The other potential thing is maybe we're just having a bad time because we're using LLVM. Maybe if we just built it with GCC, like if we made a cross file that just said use MSys's GCC, then maybe it'd work. Here's like the source code of LLVM. And this is the bit that we're running into. We're running into this bit of code here, which then immediately boots us out for report undefined symbol. And then it's helpfully giving us a hint that whatever, okay, whatever this symbol is, I guess it's lazy. Okay, which file this is in? This is in, oh, this is in COFF, which is the Windows executable format that it uses. Okay. Is there a symbol .cpp inside the COFF? I've got symbols. There we go. Indicates that this symbol will be included in the final image, only valid after calling mark live. So it's lazy archive kind, lazy object kind, and lazy DLL symbol kind. God, alright. What's going on? Archive file, COFF linker context, input file, object file, symbol, symbol table. Well... Okay, let's try plan B. Let's just pretend LLVM died in a terrible accident and we're just going to create a custom cross-compiler file that uses Windows GCC. Like that seems like something we should be able to do. It's not going to be very nice, but it's something we can do. So just copy paste all of this in. Yeah, okay, we can just use gcc.exe. What were the other bits and bobs we needed? Oh, there's like strip and ranlib. Just use ranlib.exe. Okay. Meson, setup, cross file, build Ming 64. Oh, I already defined strip. Okay, get rid of that. It's thinking. It's thinking real hard. It's also gonna be slower than... It's gonna be slower than using LLVM because it's running the compiler inside Wine, which has like a couple of seconds overhead on every command. It seems to be doing something. Is it working? Yeah. No, it was able to compile stuff with GCC. How are we for, okay, most of my CPU is currently being eaten up by Firefox. Yeah, that scans. Subcommand failed. Oh my word, this is majestically slow. Let's count how many seconds it takes to like open up GCC in Wine. We're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 9 seconds. Dear God. All right. That's real rough. Okay, there we go. That's our error. Passing argument 1 of P closed from incompatible porter type. Interesting, okay. Includes standard... This isn't good. Why is it included... Ooh, alright. Problems. Why is it including... Oh no, here we go, okay. So standard IO shim includes this. Passing argument 1 of underscore P close from incompatible pointer type. Alright, so for a little bit of context as to what's going on here. Because, like, we basically use, because we use Lua for the scripting engine, I kind of wanted the whole setup to be, I don't know, the Lua code uses a lot of file input and output commands, and I just wanted them to work, which meant reprogramming all. There were two options. One was that we could just like make many modifications to the Lua code to replace all of the, you know, file APIs. The other option is making a big shim file like this, which is essentially something that replaces every single definition of various functions. I don't know, I'm lacking the words to describe this, but this is very cursed, but you have to trust me that it does work. And on the back end, the actual code for the file system API uses PhysFS. So I've written like a wrapper of PhysFS which gives the POSIX file API, and then inside here I've hacked it so that everything is just kind of redefined as PhysFS file, including like redefining the file type as the PhysFS file type, which looks bonkers, but then it does mean that we should pick it up in the compiler if I've missed a spot, which is what I think this error might be, because we have yeah, right, because we've already got like a macro for popen and pclose, which we've so if I add a couple of these in, that should maybe help things. Well, I say maybe help things, but okay, this still kind of is arcing up. Passing argument one of pclose from incompatible pointer type. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. See, yeah, okay. That's good. That is something that we've missed. Which is that we should really define yeah, okay. Oh, and I've also like screwed up the definition of pclose. But I've undeffed pclose. Like, why are you whinging about this being redefined? 66. Oh. Oh, I've doubled it. Yeah, okay, that's why. So, F. Okay, that should shut up the compiler. Ooh, that's actually insidious. I don't know how it was compiling before, because that's very much not correct. Yeah, warnings, don't care about warnings. Okay, this is the step. This is the one that's going to be make or break. Yep, it broke. But how did it break? Okay, there's an undefined undefined reference to the libraries. Like, I just want the object files to be smashed in. But I mean, like, sorry, technically it's more than that because I've what do you call it? Oh, because like all of these libraries I've referenced as externs, which then I guess plays in with the linker, but we have okay. Okay, here we go. Imp link errors under using G++. The linker is touchy about the order of linkable things. Okay. So it calls collect. Followed by all this. Then allow sh live undefined. The def file from which the import library is created should provide an alias for each thing. Okay, if you run NMA on the import library, what symbols do you see there? What symbols do we see? libspng. Okay, we just have a bunch of library section of my def file. Oh my god. Why is this so weird? This error is caused by symbols exported with... Okay. Okay, try to compare I tried to build a fairly simple library using MSys2, but I got some strange undefined reference errors. Okay, so just building a few object files. Problems caused by the source files assuming MSVC is the compiler. And adding decal spec DLL export and decal spec. Oh my god, okay. Do we seriously have to go through and add like DLL export crap to every single one of the static functions? Like that doesn't sound right. But that's like MSVC. I don't care about MSVC. Do we seriously have to do that for like build DLL and... Okay, yes, in MingGW you don't have to add decal spec, and a good reason might be that you just want to use someone else's library source without modding it. Okay, I don't even want to like build them as a DLL, I just want to statically compile it. How is this a goddamn problem? Let's just... Okay, and then that just leaves Mason, which I haven't really changed yet. Okay, any way to statically link the generated exe. I tried many ways, but none of them worked. All generated... Okay. wonder. Static library does not link properly. Okay, this looks pretty close to what we want. Okay, the problem is LJasper comes after libqjp2a on the command line. This linker resolve symbols reference. Oh my god, is that it? Is it because my code comes like before the library? Is it that basic? Oh my word. Okay, well, we can check. We can check if that's what the problem is. If it is, oh good lord, I'm gonna be pissed. So the whole point of a linker is that it's meant to figure this out. You don't need me to spoon feed all this crap. Okay, but so we're gonna put these .a files to begin with. And then I'm gonna remove all these. Okay, no, it's still arcing up. Okay, good. I'm glad it wasn't that basic. Although it's not whinging about SPNG anymore. Oh, actually no, it is. Now it's just whinging about Lua as well. Oh, kill me. All right. Oh my god, Windows. What the fuck? Okay. So if I were to do this, literally just link liblua. Okay, undefined reference to WinMain, but it's still trying to do it. GCC linker undefined reference .a Windows. Static library Windows. Okay. I'm on Windows and compiling a cough file from assembly. No. Please leave. The library name is to be used with the L option is raylib. Interesting, okay. So I want to go back into here. Run Ninja again. Okay, yeah, so it's linking them as a static target. Thin archive with 348 symbol entries. Why aren't you able to link the damn symbols? They are here. They are so here. Yeah, platform grab mutex. Is it because, like, is it because we need to use -L and Meson is not adding that in? Let's just try that, shall we? So if we go in here, and for all of these we go L. L colon. Okay, cannot find... Oh my god, what the hell is this? Right. You can add full path to a file in the linking command. This is not talking with GCC driver with LD linker as thing. Okay, now it's just refusing to acknowledge the things exist. Ooh, okay, no, that was a mistake. Still freaking out. This sucks. Why? Why is it so different? I thought that DLLA files would be fine to step in. Let's go to my app. DLL files do not contain important information necessary for linking them, so they're always lib or A files in both cases. These lib A files will be different. harder to build for Windows than it is for DOS. That's where we are now. Like, there's a bit of a workaround, you know, bit of a pain in the ass to get DOS cross-compiling, but nowhere near as bad as this. Good God. Okay, directly linked to DLs for dynamic linking, indirectly linked to DL.As for dynamic linking, yeah. Link to .As for static linking. Okay. Maybe we need to simplify our test here, because we're having major issues. We're having major issues loading in all of the stuff, when in fact we could just isolate it down to maybe one library and one main file. Alright. Oh, okay. what's gonna be our guinea pig? It's gonna be maybe SPNG. SPNG. Okay. No. Screw it. Sip hash. Sip hash is tiny. There is literally like one function called half sip hash. So we're gonna go include sip hash half sip dot h. We're basically going to go how many characters is that? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, plus an alternator is 16. Doesn't matter, doesn't need to be valid, we just need to link it. There we go. So then back in here. Undefined reference to half sip hash. That can't, I mean, test.c. Oh, I could also... No, I'm not going to edit in this terminal because for some reason it freezes up. I'm going to edit it here. So let's just do that, and then... Sip hash. Okay, then undefined reference to half sip hash. Now all we need is to define lib sip hash. Oh my god, it freaking linked. Okay. This is progress. So not all of the libraries are cursed. It is just a handful of them. So it's just SPNG and like PhysFS. So maybe things aren't as hopeless as I thought they might be. Does that mean... Okay. Go through this little charade again. So in that case, like, what is the deal with... some of these targets that make them not work? Because yeah, according to this, it's literally just PhysFS and SPNG, which are chucking a tanty. And it is one file. So help me God, it is one file. It's one file, but they've done a bunch of... Oh, no. Okay, maybe... Any pragmas? Okay, there are pragmas. Are there like symbol export things going on that it doesn't like? Oh, you've got to be... This here. This Judas ape... Oh, okay. It's trying to be helpful, but it is not helpful at all. Okay. That's okay. Oh, wait, no. My bad. I don't think I added this to the build config, which then means that it is assuming that it's like doing a DLL export thing. Okay. Alright. This is good. We can work with this. Except no, I did declare SPNG static. Okay. It's got to be something to do with this, because like we definitely have like Sigwin is defined. And that can't be good. Okay. Okay, once again it's trying to build Lua from scratch. Okay. It's building libs thing is... Okay, I think what we're gonna have to do is GCC output preprocessor. Oh, no, I understand now. It's because I didn't define SPNG static as an argument to my to Parenti. Like, I defined it when building the library. I did not define it that in the CARGs, the global CARGs, which I need to do. Okay. So fingers crossed, this should fix at least one of the build errors. The one where it can't load in libspng. This may seem like an elaborate distraction to get out of coloring, but believe me, this is at this point, this is harder work than coloring in. I'm taking the more painful option. And regrettably, it may be just the fact that it's right, you know. I took I did a little bit of improvisation to get the stuff statically linking originally, and I'm guessing that's come back to bite me in the ass because, you know, the Windows build is like defining, well, you know, like with the PNG one, the library here basically checks to see if Cygwin is defined, which is the case because we're building with MSys, and if SPNG static is defined, or if it's not defined, which I forgot to do in the main application, it will then put in this DLL export and DLL import thing on every single function, which then causes big issues because we're not linking it dynamically. So now that we've sorted that out, okay, SPNG is fixed. Now we've just got PhysFS to fix. And honestly, that's got me thinking. What if I were to get rid of this again? And just build it using LLVM, because LLVM was like crashing on the same two libraries, and it was vainly trying to tell me that I'd screwed up by declaring the symbols. Oh my god, so much quicker. There we go. So it's going to screw up on PhysFS, but more importantly, it's not screwing up on SPNG. So maybe. So now all we got to do is figure out like why PhysFS is having a big old shit. And I think I know why. It's because PhysFS has a complicated setup where it will try via headers to auto detect what kind of system we've got going on. And I probably am not including the correct. Okay. So it's checking to see if Cygwin is defined, and it's defining platform. It's not defining platform Windows. It is expecting platform Unix. Which is what I would have expected, because we're not using the native Windows API for any of this. However, I've included... Yes. Okay, and that is defined... It's defined for PhysFS platform POSIX, but it's not defined for PhysFS platform Unix. Which could be a wee problem. I mean, I compile both of these. Yeah, so Unix, platform POSIX. Okay, well the implication, I suppose, if we're missing platform right, that must mean the POSIX is not being detected properly. Because that support is provided here in POSIX. So something must be commenting out this entire file, which would be FizzFS platform POSIX. I mean, there's like various bits here and there that like, you know, check for Cygwin, which is the Windows compiler. Am I just meant to like manually define FizzFS platform POSIX? No. I think we'll just mod it here. Let's try that. Okay, no, still not liking it. Okay, so we've got this command here, which builds... Yeah, okay, which builds this source file. Tell me... Is it -E? Yeah, I want to dump the preprocessor state so I can see, like, what macro is screwing me. Hold compilation after running the C preprocessor. Dump. Print macro definitions in E mode instead of normal output. Okay. Yeah, so it's nopping, which is why we have the link problem. Why is it nopping? Okay. Print macro definitions in E mode. DD. Try that. Okay, here we go. Okay, Sigwin is not apparently defined. There's Ming W64, which is defined. Oh, and Win32 is defined. So it really does think that it is... I see where we are. So it's not... Okay, I was looking for the wrong thing, so it should be defined this... Or defined... And then we move that like well above the Windows platforms. Alternatively... No, that would just cause problems. Or would it? Because, like, okay, the potential... Alright. What I'm going to do, I'm not going to fight City Hall just yet. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add the Windows platform file in here. Let's see if that makes any difference. I am surprised that MSys would work with that, but seems kind of like what they were going for. We'll see. We'll see if that makes any change. You've got to be shitting me. That worked? That worked. Okay. Oh my god. Alright. Incredible. So if I were to copy parenti.exe to build Mora Ash, and then just run this, is it gonna run in Wine? It's running. I don't believe it. What was that? That was like an interesting glitch there. Oh no, that might just be my my system having a bad time while streaming. That's entirely possible. Oh my god, that took 3 hours, but it took 3 hours as much as it is working. Oh, well, I say that. Hang on. Interesting, okay, so it found the save game. I don't know how it found the save game. That feels good. I'm just going to run it with logging now so I can see where it's trying to write the file. Okay. So it's opening a file name with save 003. Where? Okay, but where is the... Okay. Oh, adding this application data to search path. Drive C, users, Scott, application. Oh, I get it. Okay. So, no, it wrote the save game to the correct location, which is meant to be this path in application data. It was just confused because save 001 was in the local path, which then meant it was picked up by FizzFS. FizzFS seems to be working. I'm kind of shocked, really. How did... Okay. Oh, right, because yeah, okay. I got that from SDL, I think, that path. But that's wild. Okay. Right. Well, okay. Sorry for kind of like a very, I don't know, dark night of the soul bit at the end where I was just kind of so desperate to get it running on the Windows. But it runs on the Windows now, so I should be able to ship a Windows exe in addition to the DOS exe, which is always nice. Okay, I think I don't think I can top that. So let's just end the stream for tonight. Yeah, animation's looking good. I just got a little bit of shirt that I need left to animate, and shirt and legs that I need to animate, but I don't know. I reckon I can finish that during the week. I reckon that's a dead cert. But yeah, that's all good. Who's online? Who's doing stuff? Apologies if I'm just rambling a little bit. Kind of, I think that the trauma of spending all that time trying to figure out like what I was doing wrong has left me a little loose at the edges. My brain. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna raid. Yeah, let's raid Text Files. Text Files is doing good archiving work. So, you know, nice kind of chill way to start your morning/evening. Anyway, I will be back on Thursday doing Macromedia stuff. Until then, have a wonderful rest of your day. Goodbye.